Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper Viperland, and I forgot to turn on my backlight, didn't I? Got everything else set. Forgot the backlight. There we go. Cool. I'm back here with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, and hopefully we'll actually get further in this case today because I don't know what it was last week. I really don't. I don't know what was wiping me out. I feel like if I feel tired again, I'll just stand up and like stretch for a minute, see if that does it. But last weekend I was just out of it. It annoys me because I shouldn't have been. If I recall correctly, we were also mildly stuck in our investigation. Or maybe we actually did get unstuck. Move around. Okay, the gossip on Adrian. Do you mind telling me about this gossip? So you're interested in it. Figured you would be. Yeah. Such a weakness for celebrity gossip, too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin Midnight Rendezvous. The mysterious yet beautiful manager up to the stars, Miss A.A. You've seen how, don't you? What? Stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Corrida didn't have a manager of his own, which means, if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd. That woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client? Yeah, it's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Yeah. Also, hey, Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I hope not Sleepy Viper. Again, I'm not really sure why last week. I clearly needed it because I immediately went to bed and slept for 10 hours. So, like, I clearly needed it, but I don't know why. I catch up on sleep on the weekends. I sleep really late on the weekends, and it's usually really good for me. So I don't know why last Sunday of all times. So that should be a nice piece of evidence we can use for one of the locks. Her lock? I don't think I actually checked hers, did I? I don't think I did. I think I checked Miss Andrews. No, maybe it's the other way around. Big Scoop. Please answer my questions. On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? Told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corrida and this person? One Miss Adrian Andrews. Okay, let the doc know next checkup. Fair enough, but it's not usually a reoccurring thing, which is nice. So, but still a fair point. This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Matt Onguard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have that, what's it? News sauce? You mean news source? That's it. So show me something that shows that one guy had something with Miss Andrews. You mean like a magazine clipping? Like that? This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Yeah, sauce, exactly. Jammin Midnight Rendezvous. The mysterious yet beautiful manager. The stars, Miss A.A. Mr. Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Onguard's manager, Adrian Andrews, he has the initials A.A. He saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrida's door last night. Aha. We've broken the locks. Unlock successful. Oh, now that we know what you were doing, Tell us. You were looking into Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in the secret meeting. There's already an article about it on one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing, getting photos. Ooh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading, then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, Lotta, nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know? But the paper I wrote it on, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself? It's inside the case of my $1,600 camp. They done run off together. They came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappearing on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now, anyway? Never thought I'd see the day when somebody done steal something from me. Really want that note back, huh? No idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Well, almost certainly. Alright. Oh, yeah. What we got here? She's got more locks, I think, right? Yeah, more locks. Should have saved first, but yeah. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Engarde's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You are not that close. That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. It's just gonna slap that, You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into the story. It's to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on your good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. See. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? You need to get close to Mr. Corrida, as if there was ever such a need. Can you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? Oh, I don't know if we know this. It's a person that's up here. My gut tells me Matt, but that's really a shot in the dark thing. I'm gonna go double check talking with people real quick. I don't want to lose that chunk of HP that big. Yeah, we did examine all this, okay. I want to say maybe Old Bag had something. Samurai. Oh, it's about the show. Okay, I remember this. Somebody must have said something, but it was probably when I was, like, fading last week. Victim, what happened, what you witness? On guard's past? Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it, folks. Yeah. Alright, yeah, so that's probably what we're supposed to do anyway. Moving it back. We're almost going to save first in case I muck it up like I'm prone to do. Save this nonsense. Still got full HP, so I'd like to keep it that way. We still have to go through the first bit again, because we didn't actually break that lock. That said, I feel like I've always broken all of them. I assume if you break one, it stays broken, but I don't actually know. Okay, so I've got this. For this person's sake, it was for... No, I had it backwards. Wouldn't be for his own sake. Do you really still not understand? Oh, crap. What? It's not in my nature to enjoy doing things for others. But, you're a manager. It's called a job. I'm in charge of Mr. Enguarde the Star, not Matt Enguarde the Man. Oh, and you are not my client. Alright. I mean, the only person's sake it would be then is her own. Nope. Then... I clearly don't know. Another person who could be involved would be Powers, or Old Bag. He doesn't know Lotta and wouldn't have gone there for her sake. Doesn't know, doesn't know, doesn't know, doesn't know. So it's either someone we haven't met... for his own sake? No? Alright. This is just... I clearly don't have the answer. Yeah. Oh, I'm dead. Alright, well... clearly we're missing something. I want to try Old Bag even though I'm like... oh, I'm so sure it's not her. We talked to everyone. I'm assuming it was probably just something I didn't quite pick up on because I was tired last week. This is why I like to do things in singular chunks for my own sake. Definitely not Old Bag, but like... okay. There's no one left on our list. Yeah, and there's no one on our list. File. I still feel like Old Bag's got the info we need. She's the only one that knows past stuff. Well, you know, I guess in Powers. Yeah, again, this is just asking about the show, not the people. I remember his show. Okay, yeah. It's gotta be Old Bag. Oh. Or the place I didn't go to yet. Or the place I didn't go to yet. Could be that. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yes. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? Can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two. Both of them are in this photo. It's just the button that's missing from the victim's chest. Yeah, it's a big honking button. That's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. Onguard. Yep. Found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai special pants. And the second one is? The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Matt Onguard's. Excuse me, tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. Oh no. Thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well, I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. The blab knob is stuck on 10, and there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Onguard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way. Oh, my glasses, it's bothering the hell out of me, so I'm just gonna use one of my glasses wipes real quick. Bought a box of like 300 of these cheap glasses wipes a few months back. $12. Super worth it. I don't have to worry about smearing my glasses. I don't gotta worry about any of that nonsense. Just nice little like moist towelette glasses wipes. In an uncomfortable amount. Like this will last me years. And if it doesn't, who cares? It's like $10. If that works better, that was really bothering me. It was one of those like smudges on the glasses in the exact spot of like the text I was trying to read. I should have cleaned the other side, but whatever. That can wait till after stream. I just needed that one spot to not be there. That was gonna drive me nuts. I don't know if there's anything I could present to him. He hasn't told us anything new either. Have you spotted the camera? Okay, no. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else we could present him with, really. So we didn't really learn anything from him other than they've got a pretty good case going. That doesn't help us break the locks. Oh, hey! About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrido. What sort of... It's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill that guy anyway? Dude, you'd think I'd be the other way around, you know? Also not helpful, but at least we got something else out of him. No, there's nothing here. That's fine. And that hammer. Yeah, I get it. You don't like a lot of heart. Doesn't help us. Yeah, do your thing. Not helpful. We know about what happened. We're asking about we need to know about the past. So I'm leaving. Won't support him over the night. Witness. Yep. Just do that. It's really just this. Framed him, created a scandal. Did I not try him? No, that was the first guy I tried was Matt. I swear we tried that. All logic says that's the option. I mean, unless she's wrong, in which case, let's be honest, that's pretty likely too. No. You heard the gossip on Adrian. It's gotta be that. I'm gonna save again because we actually did get some new stuff, but like, nothing new to present. According to Old Bag, she did it for Matt. Matt convinced her to go have an affair with Juan to try to make him lose face. Where I tried that. For this person's sake. Did I not try him? Am I just an idiot? No, I did try it. Right, everyone that's possibly relevant. She doesn't know Lana, she doesn't know Dick, Pearl, Maya, or Francisco. Right, everyone in between. Right, everyone. Well, we're at an impasse. Screw it, Pearl. Yeah, no, it's not possible. We can't even get one of her things broken. But according to Old Bag, that's... I mean, shockingly, that would mean that this Old Bag is wrong. Who would have thought? This is what we all knew would happen. I'd do the big top one passively, and then utterly fail at this. There I am. Pretty failing. We tried every person. I mean, I don't think presenting this is anything, yeah. Yep, nope. The on guard. I didn't know that. Manager. It's the one where we just find out who she is. I know I'm missing something obvious. Like, it's the only possibility is that I'm missing something just super obvious. man, I tried the stuff. Clearly we need to break those locks in order to progress. Like, did they miss something here? I thought it was pretty thorough, but, you know, stranger things have happened. What's the no music? Side's clear. Definitely found that, and those. Yeah, this side's clear. I definitely didn't miss anything in there. I feel like that can be definitively crossed off the list. This is all just gonna be stuff from same as the day before. Go and helping hand. Yeah, we stole some flowers. Whatever. Fun note, but we stole some bears too. Okay, gotcha. Cool. So we know Lotta just takes a whole bunch of stuff, and that's not helping us for the case. Okay. Paper, on guard. Freedom. Right, once again, I think we can say this room is absolutely checked off the list. We've talked about everything. I mean, the only thing I think we could be short of that. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. This old bag found the camera. Come on. That's how she knows about this whole on guard thing. It's because she found... Okay, it doesn't help us currently, it seems, though, but... If that went missing, and the tabloid article was in it, the only thing I can think that would tie to the tabloid article would be that she seems to know about it. Oh. Shotgun approach, rub everything on everything. I don't think she's gonna say anything, but... Severely doubt she's gonna add anything. See, at least for the big top, I could get to the trial. Got nothing here. There's gotta be someone we can talk to who can give us info on another person. That's the only thing left. Because it specifically asked for a person, and the people we have here don't continue it. So we need to know who could convince her to see Juan. It wasn't Matt, it wasn't herself, and she already admits she doesn't do things for other people. Somebody here has to have knowledge about that. Someone has to. Honestly, I feel like Maybe, if anyone did. I'm gonna start rubbing stuff on him, see what happens. Manager. Receiver. Okay. There. There. Nope. Nothing. No juice. What do you think about this article? You're talking about her thing with Juan. Sorry, 1 second. I always thought she was a bit careless in the way she handled it. That's it? That's it! Okay, cool, not helpful. How about just Adrian Andrews in general? That's my manager. Did you meet her? Yeah. What do you think? Strong woman, right? She takes good care of me. Such a mama's boy. Damn it, not helpful. Look, dude, I didn't kill him. I mean, the Nickel Samurais kicked the Jammin ninja's butt, right? It's not like I felt threatened by the likes of him. Being rivals sounds like a sad way to relate to another person. Not helpful. Old bag? Nope. Nothing. He's got nothing. You know what? What did we do? Since there are no Cyclops, there were Cyclops. Means we can trust Mr. Vanguard being inside. Oh, okay. You feel much better knowing that. Since last night I was so worried I kept wondering, what if he was the real killer? Okay. No. Ah, yes. Unrelated to the case, but... Alright. Don't hide your true feelings. Alright. Not helpful. She's the only other one. Maybe... Pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. Scandal with Miss Corridor, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed Oh! This might be what we needed. This might be the right person to rub the thing on. Suicide. Suicide. Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Corrida's manager. The victim's manager? That's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Mentor? Or mentor, sorry. The woman who was both Miss Corrida's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could the suicide have something to do with this case? Almost certainly! Can we add her to the court record now? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Yeah. Finally found the right thing on the right person. She was the victim's manager, was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, now there are two linked, those two are linked again by another death. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but... I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma! You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? Don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... I do, Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. But you're not a cop. You don't have you can't... That's... Wait, please wait, sir. If I don't get this once quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! Hey! Not dead, shockingly. It's been a long time, right? This person, this is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Francisco. You... How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away... Did she just whip herself? You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. You're talking about the Von Karma family creed to be perfect in every way. Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You... It's almost like Phoenix is really good at breaking up perfect streaks. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never! Again, did she just whip herself? Twice. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson in the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. Well, hey. It's been a little while. Thought you, the prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick. I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. You going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. The future for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I'll say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What's that supposed to mean? There's something definitive that you lack. Working together is the definition of teamwork. Yet, yes, working together with somebody as a team is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. Truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm in charge of this case so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what's going on inside his head. A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. The perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. Cool, so then there's no von Karmas left. That's what you're telling me? Because Manfred got his perfect record broken, you got your perfect record broken, Francisca got a perfect record broken. There's no longer any more von Karmas. Cool. Wonderful. Perfect. Also, hey Birdie, how's it going? Welcome to Viper in the chat. How you doing today? 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those the losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? I think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It had been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Just brutal Phoenix right now. You really don't see Phoenix Wright the brutal truth person too often. I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Stand in court. Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I would appear this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. But bonus appears as well. Heck yeah, having a good time today. And I only wanted one shiny trophy, so I only caught the one. But next Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, going to be at the Pokemon Fan Fest, the Global Fest in New York. So that's going to be nutty. I've never been to one in person, so it's going to be a lot, I imagine. The Pokemon Go Fest. Stand in the courtroom to defend my client. Save their lives. Save your client, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kinds of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy. If someone like you, Edgeworth. Looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I've yet to learn. Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Alright, that's fine. How about my attorney's badge? Okay. Doesn't help. Magazine clip! I don't think he's gonna actually talk about anything. Okay. Hey, we got both of them. Cool. We got the person we needed. Finally. Keep it moving. Back to the hall. Back to the hallway. Back to Angard's room. Is she gone? Tell me she's not gone. Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here. Damn it! That's not good. I still have a few questions I wanted to ask her. She had that psych lock on her heart, right? Well, we don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. Damn it! I don't have... That was the last thing I needed, I thought. Every time I think I'm actually close. I'm not. Oh, I wonder if you've got anything to say. Nope, okay. Do you have anything to say? Nope. Do you have anything to say? This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago. She was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then a few months later, Celeste Impacts died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes. There's still one riddle we've yet to solve. Riddle? A suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. Suicide note. It just vanished, huh? He'll present himself. Okay. Francisca. Nope. Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. I know, and I'm trying to break those locks. A secret. You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. Yeah, I know, and I was trying to break that lock. Operas abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing. What's so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. There's an interesting rumor about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? That's a pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found. Well, heart? Nothing. Powers? Nothing. Dick? Nothing. Excuse me. Technically I didn't try all these, but I don't know. I didn't think he'd have much reaction to anything, but... Yeah, by the way, Maya's been kidnapped? Just saying? Yeah, good. We already heard him talk about this one. Or not. Ah, okay. Miss Impacts' death was most certainly a suicide. That there's no mistake. But we did not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. Suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impacts had even written such a note? There's no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which means the likelihood of a suicide note is very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida had his own manager's suicide note, but why? Unless her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1? Deceased, Celeste Impacts, found by Juan Corrida. Was her suicide note hidden? Question mark? Now, maybe now, we have enough info. And she'll return. Wish there's a quicker way to get back here. Nope, she's not here. Here. Just gonna continue rubbing stuff on people. I feel like Powers might know something about that. Maybe? I feel like he's just the industry vet, but compared to these guys. Yep. Things missing, don't know anything. Don't know anything. Oh, use that on her. Come on, it's Edgeworth. Nope. I kinda doubt she'll know Celeste. Yeah, no. Okay. She's got, just for completion's sake. She said, her personality's like she's whipped without her whip. This old granny? She kept glaring at me with those eyes of hers as if it's my fault. Kept blabbering how she won't forgive people who write trash about her wand. Yeah, sort of kind of do a little fight, you know? A little fight. I'm used to it's probably more of a blabbering contest. For here. Yourself! This kind of hairstyle's pretty hard to get, you know? Hard to care for, too. Just the other day, I ran my hand through my hair to fix it up. Suddenly, out pops this dollar coin. It's gotta be like hitting the jackpot. Well, it's really lucky. What a deep conversation that was. About powers. Nope, no dick. I just want to say sorry to you. Or, well, I really absolutely thought you were the murderer. You know, last time, that thing with Maya Fey? But what? But why? I mean, you were all worked up, you know? Meaning, a lot of that was very insensitive of you. Now that I think about it, she isn't with you all today, is she? She's a spunky one. You shouldn't have been letting her out of your sight. Who knows what she's up to? I think you're one to talk. Alright. So that's everything we can get out of her. And she did not add a new thing to talk about. Where the hell did Andrews go? Like, for real, where did Andrews go? He honestly knows nothing. He's not hiding anything. He just doesn't know anything. It's Andrews, she's my manager. Actually, I was interested in her for just a bit, just a little. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? Sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? I think we read this. Yeah, okay. So we did already talk about that. Old bag. On guard. I'm pretty sure we asked them about everyone. About Lotta. Himself. Dick. Girl. And Maya. Every time I think we're making progress. He's already got 4. I mean, I guess theoretically there could be a 5, but I doubt it. Miles, no. Port. Something. Ugh, he's so not helpful. Edgeworth. The last. Oh. What's wrong? How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer? I may be your client, but I hope you'll keep yourself out of my personal life? No, I would never. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to get. You can't possibly. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard? Mr. Nick. This Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow I get the feeling she's a very important person in all this. What? Okay. That had to have procced Andrew showing back up, right? I feel like I've gone back and forth so often. Oh, she's back. Hit. So 2 people have just up and left. And I've talked to everyone I can about everyone I can and everything I can. It is weird that she doesn't have a 4th, but they don't always go up to 4. She doesn't have a 4th hit either. We didn't get anything new. All we know now is just that she's probably important. Like, yeah, I know. We didn't get anything new. Technically we checked these the day before, but they don't have a checkpoint. It's probably worth checking again. Just for completion's sake. Alright, cool.
It's ramen.
Hey, ramen. We suck. I'm still in the investigation. And I've gotten, like, a little further. But I suck. I am actually... Oh, I've been stuck for an hour. We made a little progress. Edgeworth is back, and we know about Celeste. So I think I have all the things I need to break Andrews' psych locks, but she's gone. So I thought I made enough progress to be like, okay, cool, it seems like we have all the things we need. And now she's gone. And she's gone. And she's gone. So I've rubbed everything I can on everyone I can. And technically I didn't go back here. Okay, well, yeah, that had about the effect. I even annoyed him to the point that he left. So yeah, honestly, I feel like anyone who says that the big top case was the harder case is lying out their various body parts. Because I can't even get to the trial in this case. I've rubbed everything I can on everyone. Can't read any more of that. We got Edgeworth and Celeste. Celeste was clearly the person we were looking for Andrews, but Andrews is gone. He's got all 4 text options. She's got 4 text options. He's got 3, but there's nothing else I can rub on him. So, like, I don't know if he's got anything else. I've got nothing else to rub on him. She's only got 3. But I've got nothing left to rub on her either. I've rubbed everything. This room is still empty? Well, empty of people. Yep. Clearly, I'm missing something, and it must be the single most obvious thing in the world to everyone else. But I have no idea. I must have forgotten to rub one thing on one person, is what it must be. It's the only option. I rubbed everything on her just minutes ago. I know for sure. But I know for sure everyone left. There's only so many people left. It's only her, ours, Old Bag, and Edgeworth. But only her and Powers have a 4th slot. Which I guess it's not a hard and fast rule, but I don't think I remember any character ever having more than 4. So if they have less than 4, in theory they could have room for more, but like, everything on this man. I've rubbed this man so much that it's beginning to be worrying. Have I not rubbed the guitar case on him? Yes, no. Hold glove, right, red guitar. I'm pretty sure we did. Okay, yeah, that wouldn't. Camera case. case. Kidnapping, yeah. Yeah, she's not in the hotel room still. I think I've got enough to get her locks, but I must not. I'm assuming they're not bringing her back until we get the final thing we need. Presumably I have enough to break many of the locks, but... yeah. Just did this one too. Literally just did this. Did I fully examine this room? Whoop. I don't think I fully re-examined it day 2. Food yet. I don't think anything changed, but, you know. Can't say I've done everything if I haven't done everything. It's gone, yep. Right, I'll go talk to Edgeworth, but I did. Like, Andy's got all 4 of his, all 4 things to say, but I'll absolutely go do it again. Okay, talked to him 4 times, and we've rubbed everything I can on him. Up to and including himself. Did this one, and he already had another thing to say. Yep, that got the suicide note thing, which we have. Well, we don't have the note, it's missing, but we have the suicide report. Did I rub the report on him? No, he handed me the report. Why would I rub the thing he gave me on him? Why would I do that? He handed it to me. Anybody who says that the big top one is harder really has to take a long look at themselves. Just saying, just saying. The big top one, I don't think it made me accept something from someone and then go, what's this? Why did you give this to me? Why did you give this thing to me? Like, I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2. 2 parts. You just handed me as the first... No, what you just handed is the first part of the report. Here is the second. Why didn't you just hand me both parts? You handed me the first part. Why? Correct, you're right. It's the one thing I assumed I didn't need to rub. I also assumed that since he already had 4 things, that was probably good. Because he started with 2 and we rubbed enough things on him that 2 more popped up. I never would have thought, here, take back this thing you just handed me. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name. It's Adrian Andrews. Miss Andrews. What did she do? She tried to kill herself. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. Yeah. I mean, they just got back together, and it seems like Phoenix is really hurt by Edgeworth leaving him. I didn't want to give him the wrong idea by rubbing him so vigorously the minute he gets back. I didn't want to hate rub, okay? But, you know, the game is saying they gotta hate rub the file on him, so... She doesn't seem the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman. Just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. Secret? A dependent nature. That's what she was really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent? Not quite the exact opposite of what that woman is. Oh, sure, okay. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempted suicide. It was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? She had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will, but why would she... Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impacts, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that... Is that what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely, and once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. With such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others? Yeah, they're pretty much the same. Like, I try to go a little deeper on her sometimes, but like, yeah, they're about the same. I mean, he wasn't in 3/4 of the game, you know, someone had to have it, and it was Pearls, but now that he's back, it's kind of a little obvious. When Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means a super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Attempted suicide report added to the court record. Man, this is a good old happy case already. Also, I'm pretty sure I figured out who stole the camera case, but it won't let me rub that item on that person yet, so maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it just will come up during the actual trial. Oh, thank Bob. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking to someone. That's Francisco Von Karma! Miss Von Karma, what are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following. You're always following after that detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. You can actually play the game further. How dare you be so right? I hope Utawarumono's going well. I mean, at the rate you're playing it, you gotta be getting pretty far into it. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. Beep, 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 beep. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver planted a tracking device on that detective. Well, oh, in the castle. That's the... 90% sure I know which one you're talking about. That's the hot fight? And with this, I know the fool's every move. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Man, his whole story arc, like, for somebody who was pure comedic relief in the first game, to just turn into pure, just emotional torment in the second, like, jeez. You don't expect it, because you're like, haha, funny face paint man. Talks overly proper, haha. That noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now? I felt sorry for Gumshoe for like 2 games, and we're only 2 games in. Now then. Excuse me. Let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. She keeps whipping herself. She needs to stop. Yeah. Brainworms. Totally normal stuff to have in your game. That's, Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? You are currently playing 2 games that have brainworms in them simultaneously. What are the odds? If you only had a nickel for every time. Alright. What were those 2 talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Well, I'm gonna save again, because I know I'm gonna screw this up, but... Alright, oh man, now that she talked to Francisco, she's even less likely to be helpful. In just any way. Part of me is ashamed at how long I was stuck on this. The other part of me realizes that, no, it's stupid to rub the report somebody just handed you back on them. I'm sorry, that's stupid. Should I have thought of it? Absolutely. I should have. But is it also stupid? Absolutely. I have no doubt that the case will be good. And, like, I already like the setup. This is no judgment on the case. It's just that one thing that had me stuck for a half hour is a little, the one item that I would not have thought to rub on the one person. Okay, we've been through this like 3 times tonight, so I'm pretty sure we can just skip that bit and say... Oh, wait, no. This was the, scene clipping. And your mentor, who we couldn't do last time, that's why we kept failing it. Celeste Impacts, your mentor. What do you know about Celeste? Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Is there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Was her suicide note hidden? Shock from Celeste Impacts. Okay. Miss Impacts' suicide note was never found, was it? Looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like, maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corrida. Juan. And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That's why you became intimate with Mr. Corrida. Sat back quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. It's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Miss Impacts' note. I heard about it, about to recover it from him by getting close. Am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Corrida dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. Then she died. You would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? Oh, we had a 2-for-1 special on that one. We didn't have to actually present anything new. Unlock successful! Finally had the things I needed. It's true, I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. The truth is shy. Miss Andrews. This one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It's my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. That someone was Juan Corrida. Celeste, without her I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. If they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. No. No. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I'd sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. Card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? Looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. No, I'm sure it's not important. For not remembering something clearly, sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, that must be all. I leave Mr. OnGuard in your capable hands. Alright. Well, I think we've gathered all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls, she looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all, and she's been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? No. I'm okay, really. I'm fine, really, I am. You don't look fine to me. Alright, back to the office. No, not the hallway. There we go. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. I mean, Miss Impact's suicide note. That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Uh-oh. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello, Wright and Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya! Where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. You. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya, damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Sis, what does she mean by that? Yep. Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. Ah! That will never not be unnerving. Sorry. Like, when it's Maya, it's already a little like, When it's Pearls, it's like, okay, it has to be stopped. Mia. I have a message from Maya, so come ask me anything you want about her. First of all, have you seen my attorney's badge? Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's just so weird when it's Pearls. Admittedly, it's also funnier, but it's also weird. Well, how's Maya? She's safe for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. Glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as he was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. Didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what is he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of our attacker. Ah! Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. You were with her? Date. Time. Location. You know, it doesn't look that dark. Excuse me, just saying. I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. I wonder if you're with Nick right now. It's locked. The door's locked seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then, they magically open the door. What if there's a card like that around here I could use? Huh? Someone dropped a card here. Kind of looks like a business card. There's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Ah, that's it. This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. Such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. Shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. To be continued. Alright. So, that's good. Yeah, we're gonna save. We're gonna save. Alright, March 22nd, 9:47 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Actual progress. Adrian did it! That's what it looks like. Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that! In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? Certainly there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing, like a spring breeze, alright? Can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand, but it's a little late. You're on trial for murder. Even if found not guilty, a lot of people are going to be like, Well, it's almost time. But, Mia, you must get a complete acquittal today. No, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Pearls either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Beep, beep, beep. It's him. Beep. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. What? She's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world did you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! Kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer, dude, who's that? No one. Has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did you notice just get longer? March 22nd, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungar. Prosecution and defense ready. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Well, the defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Car- Now what I know? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. You must tell me something. Please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Okay. Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. But Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. The judge looks at him, he's like, how the hell should I know? It's like, yeah, it works both ways, doesn't it, with stupid questions. She's alive and she's alive in a stable condition. That's good. That's good. Phew. You're... I thought he'd showed up. Why are you at that? Shouldn't you be over on the... Your Honor. Due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place at the witnesses stand. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Well, welcome back. Oh, there you go. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for in my long journey this past year. Dick. I'm motivated by Dick. Dick Gumshoe. He's had it so hard this past several years. I really just want to help that guy out a bunch. And if solving and being a prosecutor in these cases can help him out by finding evidence, it's all good. Yes, at the end of the day, Edgeworth is motivated by Dick. It's too much, clearly, yes. Also, Eric, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? But by the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Dick Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. Now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. Want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer you were struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believed he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Then what? Okay. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. What you got for me, Dick? Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. Ended around 8 p.m. Then there was a short break. Special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Ungard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. Maybe she'll grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Ungard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see, and that's when she found the victim's body. Cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corridor was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good, hard look at the crime photo. Now, real pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Bandana? His bandana, sir? That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir? Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Oh my god. Judge, come on. Then what about the knife? Seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Man. Good number for you? Ooh. I mean, hey, good for you then. Just like, I feel like Community, the TV show. It's a good show. Starts kind of normal, gets really bonkers, and the bonkersness peaks in what even the show refers to as the gas leak season. This is that season. This is the gas leak season. The gas leak has killed all of the judge's brain cells except for ones that focus on bananas and not getting whipped. And that is it. That's it. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. Jammin Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. But we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... What? The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. They're the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So, you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside of the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel? That's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case, after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Do you think that they perhaps used that knife first to cut a banana into slices? Is that why? Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ongard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Man, Kajiwara was a freaking trip. He was... You know what? I was going to say he was probably the goofiest part of the main story of that game, but that is false. Because we had full mascot suit shenanigans. So that game was so goofy, but also so good and really serious when it needed to be. Oh, that's true. Everything, Mr. Bossman. Broke friends forever. I still have that as one of the screenshots that comes up as a wallpaper, and it's very good. Why arrest Ongard? Matt Ongard and John Corridor were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ongard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. This victim's blood and Ongard's fingerprints in the grip, and Gatewater is engraved. This button was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? This button also covered in blood. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin Ninja's button entered the court record. Swept off the costume, covered in Corda's blood, found in Unguard's hakama. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. Ah, yes. Back to trying to find Edgeworth's hole. You can press as hard and press that. No, that's fine. Press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Why, rest on guard? Yeah, that's true. After all the rubbing, he's not satisfied. He even handed us something specifically to rub him with. He didn't tell us with words. He told us with his body language. If he'd only told us with his words, we would have gotten stuck, though. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Enguarde won, did he not? Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corda was always one step behind Mr. Enguarde in everything. This year it seems like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corda lost the Grand Prix in the end. It's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. It's just like, I don't care. Wait, just 1 second here. Mr. Enguarde was beating Mr. Corda in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective, it's not, well... I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant wouldn't have had no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. Edgeworth, that's too harsh even for you. No, not you too. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, that's... Look forward to your pension negotiation. Oh my god, this poor man. No! Now, Detective, let's continue with the testimony. Who cares if you're going to be destitute in a few minutes? You have to testify. No, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. About what I was saying. Hello? Anyone? I mean, Phoenix does bring up a good point. The point of being... Enguarde had no reason to murder the man. He has no motive. They were rivals, and he was winning. Why murder him? That is an actually important question in this case, is the person you've said has done it does not have a motive to do it. That's sizable. That's actually really important. Like, you found evidence that he did it, but there's no motive as to why he would do it, which reads like somebody framing him to anyone with a brain cell not corrupted by gas leaks everywhere, I guess. Don't worry about it. We'll just skip over it. Do you have any proof that button belonged to the... yeah. I mean... what do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that... This button was ripped off the Jammin Ninja's costume. But can't you tell just from looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterwards. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Hey, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. I'm going to reel this one in. Red. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously, and that thread snapped when the button was torn off. You match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button. It's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. It's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found. We rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corda. Then we did a search in the mall. That's when I found this button. It was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygog and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what's he trying to say about me here? I was literally already there and tried, but like I'm not a... You understand I'm not a detective, right? How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. Can't believe the bumbling of this department. Are you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of the knife then? There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if you brought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It's not bold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. The prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder. We're done for. Next, yes? Something very interesting about what the defense detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. Button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with on-guard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before their battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weaknesses in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Gotta be something with that. She specifies that something in this statement. Doesn't hold, so not good for walking around with either. He barely said anything. Would it just be presenting the knife so that Gatewater, so we know that, like, he could have just grabbed it from the table in his room? I mean, the only other thing we could possibly do is the button, but it sounds like that's fairly locked up. The thread matches, it's got blood. I feel like that's kind of open and shut. I mean, we can assume there was some shenaniganry, but I don't think we have any evidence that can disprove it. Stab with a knife. I think the knife is the thing we show. Wait a second. What? The basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set in the handle. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh my god. I feel bad that you're fired, but also, how did you get hired? The name of the hotel. Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize. Oh, the phrasing. Oh. Oh, he's so mean. Also, hey, Southern. How's it going? Welcome to my play in the chat. Hot damn, 73 months. 73 objection-filled months.
Objection.
There.
Objection. Objection. Objection.
There's no one
Objection.
currently on the police
Objection.
force that's
Objection.
dumb enough to not
Objection.
realize this.
Objection. Objection.
Scathing.
Objection.
Evil.
Objection.
Mean.
Objection.
Oh man, that Von Karma
Objection.
one. It sounds like I pitch shifted that, but I didn't. That's a raw file. That is the file for Von Karma. I did not mess with that. It's just so deep. Holy crap. But how's it going? Thank you so much for 73 months free subscription. I hope you're still enjoying Viperland, getting the goodies we got going on around here. The support is always wonderful and appreciated. I hope you're having a good weekend, or had a good weekend. Yes, it's basically over now, but you know, whatever. It only reads up to a certain amount, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Yes, I guess the bot objected. Unfortunately, the bot has all the real power here. I'm just a facade. The bot is actually in control. I added it. I got you. It's only got the one hold it for now. I'll see if I can add more to it, but like, I got it. Wait for the puppet ruler. Yeah, exactly. The bot controls all, which we've known for a while. Like, it's not subtle. But I didn't... Question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. Oops, sorry. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ongard. Especially what was on top of his table. Something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ongard's knife was missing. She got shot? I'm not making that up. This is day one of the trial, and this morning she got shot in the shoulder? So Edgeworth is here to be here. She was fine yesterday. She got shot. Mr. Ongard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. Must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. He kept telling me that I was going to activate his trap card, and I didn't know what he meant. It must be this moment. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here. Oh, do we have motive, though? We started talking about the motive, and you shut me up. Do we have motive? No? No motive. No motive whatsoever to kill him. No, none whatsoever. No motive. None? Okay. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Don't think about motive. Nobody needs a motive to kill somebody, especially if we're considering it premeditated. If it was premeditated, that means he must have had a motive and a reason to want to go across the hall and actively murder this man. There was no accident. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He decided to murder, and for the reason of, we don't know. He had no reason. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? Means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now, just like he always does at every minute of every case that has ever been in this entire legal system. If we answer something wrong here, the uncle of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? I mean, I must. We were just told we do. Well, I have no idea what's expected right now, so we're going to save here. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I'll say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance, and only one. The judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. This is up. It's curtains for all of us. We now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important for the whole bar? The attorney's badge, right? The attorney's badge. One piece of evidence that the court has not seen yet. But we have no other prompting. Like, it's just... Thanks. You have about as much faith in me as I do right now. Okay, so we can safely roll those out realistically. That's just a picture of the Nickel Samurai. I don't see how that relates to everything. We're not supposed to say anything about this. Nobody cares about this game. I mean, that's gossip stuff, but like, what is that? That's probably the best thing to tie Andrews to it, but I don't know. Map doesn't matter. Guitar case will probably matter because of the specification that there's some water only on top of the lid. Wine glasses clearly doesn't seem to matter. Crime photo doesn't matter. And they've seen it. Suicide report. I'm just gonna accept the game over. I think it's this. Nope. Sorry, Wright, but this time your bluffing steered you wrong. I see nothing strange about this piece of evidence. Wait! I'm a man of my word, Mr. Wright. That's enough! Wow.
He might actually be dead.
Wow. Okay, this court finds the defendant. Matt on guard. Alright. Well, damn. Okay. Alright. Is this something the court has yet to see? That's all we know, is just something the court hasn't seen. I don't want to brute force it. I do want to actually, but like... They haven't really given me a lot to go on. That's the main thing. Present one and one piece of evidence. What is the important evidence they must show the court? Like, for what it's worth, I don't want to brute force it, but usually there would have been like some other like... the only hint we have is something the court hasn't seen. That's it. Like, obviously we think Andrews did it, but it's not like we can just make that giant leap and just show Andrews. Ah, it was actually Andrew. Like, I guess we could, but so it's not that. I doubt it's the guide map. No, 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 no. Probably not. Maybe? Unlikely until we get later. That's the only other... Okay. I'm assuming it's something trying to tie it to Andrews, because that's the only other forward step I can think of to deflect any type of blame. But it's not the tabloid, which says that she was with him, and it's not her, introducing her. Not that. Yeah, I don't want to just brute force it. I do want to have it be an educated guess, which is why the first two I had were educated guesses. And they saw that already. Like, we can present that, it's something they haven't seen, but it doesn't make any sense at the time. Who would... What, like... I feel like all three of these... Well, okay, the autopsy report they probably saw. Also, it does say evidence specifically, so I'm assuming Adrian Andrews was not the right thing to present, since that's not technically evidence, it's a profile, but they're asking for evidence. No, no, no. No? I'm assuming no, because we were told not to talk about it. No. Pearls, definitely. We tried. No. I mean, potentially the fact that there's some water on top, but it only bears his fingerprints, but it was shown as open, means that he opened it. Like, that, plus the murder scene photo that has the dropped flower vase. Presumably that would have splashed, but there's only water on top, not inside. Meaning there was a struggle, but like, it's not new evidence, and I don't understand how that would sway anything. So I don't think the case. Wine glass? Like, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, I'm sure it will, but like, it doesn't break. It seems like everything here is something that shouldn't be... These are the only two I can think of. We were asked not to report this. Which I guess we'll keep to unless she turns out to be, like, really wickedly evil, and we have to do that to prove, like, she's wickedly evil and did the murder. But... no idea. Specifically something they haven't seen. Is yet to see. Something to get to see could be these two, but I don't understand how it matters. You know what? Screw it, let us camera. Nope. Now I am just brute forcing it because I honestly, like, I've thought about this and I have no idea. The Maya's been kidnapped button? I mean, it fits with something that they haven't seen. Just saying. I don't know. I'm sure there will be a logic to it. I'm sure when I see it, I'll be like, oh, I get it. But, like, I don't right now. I heard about the press conference. But for completion's sake. Alright, you know what? If we have no idea, then I'm doing the thing. Attorney's badge. Okay. I mean, I didn't think it was going to solve the problem, but I had to do it. We've got attorney's badge, press conference, radio. Did we actually try the press conference? Oh, no, we did. I guess I could have saved closer to it, but it's fine. This... I just can't imagine this being it. Let's do it anyway. Cool. Didn't do the guide map. Try the guide map. Nope, not the guide map. With everything I present that's not it, I feel a little stupider. Throw this blinder. Mind you, we tried everything we could think of originally before taking the shotgun approach, so I guess anything is going to be like, yep, it wasn't something I thought. So good. You know what I did pretty fine with? Big Top. Big Top went well. Okay. Sure. Okay. Honestly, if I was going to do them in the order I thought them actually applicable, the wine glass would not have been last. I think, honestly, the map and the photo, like the printed copy of the samurai would have been my last two. I think this would have been number 3. I absolutely, if I was going in the order I thought they might have helped, I absolutely would have shown my attorney's badge before this. Realistically. But okay, it's the wine glass. The wine glass, is it not? Like, obviously we have it as evidence, so it's going to matter eventually, but, like, nothing made it seem like now was the time. Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Oh, there it is. Seems a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These are all the things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else in this is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. The judge is as confused as I am. So is Gumshoe. So is Edgeworth. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. Just stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth, what is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion, because there's no special meaning to that glass. What? Safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. Could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? I mean, I have to say there's no way to proceed the case, but I appear weak here. The trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. It just might fall for you, if thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You turn the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews. What? Wine glass updated in the court record. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. What have you done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. I can't believe it was a trap that I failed so often to even find. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. Upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Mr. Wright? I can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. From here, yeah, a trap that we only wandered into because it was our only hope to not get an immediate guilty verdict, but it seems like we're going right back to that verdict, so it was kind of just a slight blip of distraction. From here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. Oh, but you could, like, 30 seconds ago. Smarmy bastard. The prosecution is another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Yeah, I mean, the only witness so far has been Gumshoe. Also, you've yet to clearly provide a motive for the murder. If they were saying it was a spur-of-the-moment murder, they would not need a clear motive. But if it's supposed to be a premeditated murder, and they cannot come up with any motive whatsoever as to why he'd want to kill him, they've got a problem. Except they don't, because gas leak judge. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha. What happened to that calm composure you had earlier? Oh, Edgy Boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? Also, you should be more than happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. I tell you this time, what am I supposed to do? So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything, even things that don't have to do with the terrible crime. This witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Yes, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? A great job being able to see my dearie John. Juan, it was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean, you're a fan of the victim? Look, everyone's crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in real men. Juan Corrida. Those two are the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Oh. I like how he was like, I saw that it was the witness. But, which means that they interviewed and took her picture with the helmet on. And she's at no point taking it off in his presence until this exact moment. Which is, you know, gotta maintain the surprise for him. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, Matt on guard, who was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. She's definitely never lied or made up things on the stand. Why would you let her back on the... It's... So Mr. Ungard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. I mean, I guess for the same reason you'd let somebody who has admitted to tampering with evidence and physically assaults members of the judicial system back on the prosecutor stand. You know. I mean, who's to let that stop anything? Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show, but I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me, so I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. That's when you went to hang around the victim store. It sure have changed. Who knows? I mean, I've never had jury duty. I've been called for it 3 times. Only one time did I have to actually go to the courtroom, and even then I was never actually called for jury duty. I sat there for a few hours reading and playing like Game Boy, and they sent me home, so... Maybe this is exactly what court's like. I don't know. I've never been on one. Something you were interested in. It's just, what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know? It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Ways. Yeah, that was like... celebrity. For a trial to be as goofy as this, you have to have larger-than-life characters, and a celebrity trial is the only time in real life you'd actually get larger-than-life characters. But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. Did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Official shape, say shape. Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corrida's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention to class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, witness then saw someone, correct? Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. Yes, he was... I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. What I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now. You can't just whip old people. I mean, except for the fact that she whipped the judge constantly. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy, anyway. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yesy. Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. How did I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing. What thing? The gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of the pantaloons. Men. Yes. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I'd say it was, because if he murdered, then how did the button end up in his hakama if he was wearing his racing jacket in regular clothes? That's my methodology, that's my thinking. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... Yeah, sure you know. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She's so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. It's bad for us. What? No, that's good for us, but that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? That's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? Because you're not the one who has to question her. I'm gonna save a case, but I'm pretty sure we present the button here. Yeah, cool. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. You know what this is? Ah, it's a button number 2 in the Jammin Ninja's costume. Oh, she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Angard's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Angard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Angard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Angard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the tear these clothes, and maybe you'd think I was a murderer, but instead I have to put up with wearing this ridiculous looking outfit. This outfit is hideous, right? I've got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. Let me tell you. You're gonna lie for all those kids up there. Work hard with a smile on my face. You understand? Now take a look at the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a trip from Ichipu. Now he's got... Holy crap, lady. Hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Angard, the man, but Mr. Angard, the nickel samurai? When you think about it, you're really one of the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Ichipu, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Angard, yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right, it was the nickel samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show thing right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. He must have, I guess. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today, I told you, there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. I mean, she's already lied on the stand by saying that she saw him in the jacket. But it's fine. Let's just keep it going. Do you please get on with your testimony? So, watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What?
Standing figure by the sea, standing all alone,
She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Yes, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay! You promise, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Imagine getting that in the mail. He's going to spend more on postage for the bill than he would on a stick of gum. Just a singular stick of gum. But he's absolutely petty enough to do it. Absolutely. And me to send you a thank you note later, too, Edgeworth, old chum. Oh, man. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? Say,
Look at where you are now. You're not a Judge Wagner, are you? Are you?
well, what I said earlier. How puts any weight into things like... It was like a minute ago, ma'am. But now it's everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. You absolutely can. That is, in fact, the whole purpose of the judicial system, is that people are held responsible for the past crimes they did. That's the whole... That's it. The whole... all of this. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Oh, I got a trophy for that. For Judge Wagner. Where is she? Yes. Well, obviously, with her helmet and voice filter, she'd be the Bane, right?
You're thinking that justice. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see a fair trial until I was already a man grown.
Also, hey Mitz, how's it going? Team Money has won. I am not surprised. Actually, I'm a little surprised by that. I thought it'd be love. But you were on Money, so congrats. Yeah. Attempts at puns? First of all, I never attempt a pun. All of them are puns. Whether they're funny or not, obviously, if you don't find them funny, it just means you have a terrible sense of humor. I mean, that's not on me. That's not on me. It's not my fault. And why would that be? That way, no one can see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You're such an annoying chump. You know that? You disagree with everything I said.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I get it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Valuable resource should be used at every opportunity. Exactly. Ochi understands. See? Also, hey Ochi, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Is anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. Did that include the Jammin ninja? Of course it included him. That's why when Ungard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. See. Well, anyway. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? Because no, you have... Don't need to think too hard on this one. It's a contradiction in her testimony. It's sitting in plain sight. The question is what the contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. It's the post-ceremony stage, so thing could be that, but... I think it's probably... would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. It's gotta be that one. The Nickel Samurai, like, I don't think we have any evidence to prove she didn't see a Nickel Samurai. That doesn't help anything. So it's either convenient for him to wear a costume, post-ceremony thing. Honestly, I feel like the costume looks very inconvenient to wear. I'm honestly going to start with just the picture. Like, might give it another once over, but... No, 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 no. Let's get this again. I feel like presenting this is almost the right thing, even though it's not the part talking about it, because, like, it would so not be convenient for him, because, like, struggle could happen, it could get wet, it could get blood on it, it could get anything. To me, that's the thing that would be super inconvenient for wearing it, but it feels like presenting that here would make sense, but then she talks about it in the next one. Could also feasibly, like, that, his entire right hand is out of commission in that outfit, and his left hand is gloved, so it wouldn't have left fingerprints. Those are the two jumping out at me. Obviously not that, not that, not that. That, not that, not that. I'm gonna go with my first instinct, which is this here. I don't know. That's what my gut is telling me, but I bet you it's not it. I'm gonna try it here, even though I doubt it's any different here. The other one that I was thinking is just the picture of the outfit. It just doesn't look... Okay, well, now we're in trouble, because those are the ones I really thought it was. Yep, alright. Those were the two I really thought it was, and I wasn't sure where to show them, so... That's not great. My two real thoughts. Oh, damn it! I forgot that there was this one. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, my gut instinct was still wrong. My second instinct, still wrong. Knife, maybe? So the knife has blood on it. Why would he wear his outfit? He's gonna get blood on it. I mean, that has blood on it too. That's the one? It's the knife? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to full HP. I mean, I see how the knife works, but it definitely wasn't the one that immediately stood out to me. I see how it works. I get how it works, but it definitely wasn't my first thought. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, you'll have to know it won't work. No, it's not my intention at all. It's a knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? I don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. Whose car are we driving? Oh my god. Somebody plug the gas leak in his podium. Mr. On-Guard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder. Then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. That's right, the Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intention to murder. So you're already saying it wasn't premeditated. So you're already saying that your whole "it's premeditated" thing is false. You're the whole first two witness testimonies of this case meant nothing. Cool. He's probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Then why would he bring a knife? Was it premeditated or was it not? Are you saying it's premeditated? Are you saying it's not? Are you saying that it wasn't premeditated, but Judge, just remember it was premeditated, so that he thinks severely about it? Which is why he took his gloves off. The murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. You heard it from Edgeworth. Fine. Well, Mr. Wright, what did you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yeah, why would he have a knife? This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On-Guard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Knife! It's knife. This was used by Mr. On-Guard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, Are we proving the guilt of our own... Are we... This is normal. That he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. That brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? I mean, both, right? If the murder method was strangulation, then the knife would hide that, like, to the untrained eye immediately. And it frames Matt on guard, so yes? Yes? I don't think it matters what I pick, right? I think it was more to frame Matt, but, you know. To frame my client, Mr. Onguard, of course. To frame? But aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Aren't you? Mr. We can't come up with a motive, so we're just going to distract you from it. We just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness? Looks like I've made your life a teeny bit more difficult, huh, Chipu? Witness, did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Onguard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. I wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret. Anyone else out of security? The feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida, am I correct, witness? Though you think you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? Am I an amateur, huh? Old bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. It doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. That's what I think it is. I think me is hinting at. It's certainly possible. This old bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Pearl Fay! Oh, wouldn't it be great? Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Onguard's manager. Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... Ah, I see. Judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. This manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
I think he found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you? Yeah, Phoenix. Got a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling. I've got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. Secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let the point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready.
It's going to take the wind out of your young'uns.
Sure, we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. It's something about just the only frames of animation of this being the breath on the bubble. Just make it so good. That Onguard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with the Juan. cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me. No. Okay?
That is false. Your luck, and anyone left the room file. Congrats. The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? OJ is a trip. I've looked into this matter. Found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true? This proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Uncard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Does it, though? Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Yo. Can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A. The name of the magazine this comes from is Gossip Land. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% true. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Uncard will never get me to say touche. Scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? Yeah, I guess I missed that day of scandal class. But becomes human right here. Discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Just from the hospital you can hear, discrimination is bad, Mr. Phoenix Wright. No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that Uncard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. I don't think that's what... Do you know what? Fine. I don't have any proof that Mr. Uncard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're so much shocked, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that Uncard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? Right after the woodshop, yeah. Woodshop, then it is into scandals, you know. I mean, he mentioned it a few times, but I don't think we have actual evidence to prove he didn't bear any ill will. But, like, he mentioned it a bunch of, like, I was winning the popularity. Why would I care? Like, why do, like... I'm gonna hit decline. I can always come back to this, I think. I don't have anything to offer. Hey, just as I thought, you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've said so much without proof.
You just gave me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
You and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, for you anyway.
So, what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her... You're going to kidnap a person and teach her a lesson. Would you like that forever on the court record? So you've lied to the court twice this time, and you've admitted in your big truth that You were only waiting there to kidnap someone. You were going to teach her a good lesson. I was going to make her eat the damaging beams from my ray gun.
Yes.
No, stop! Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Wait,
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret, even if you drilled a hole in my brain. You'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? Yeah, present evidence. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? That's true. Then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that! Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. But what? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless! Ah, that's it! That's the note! Ah, no, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Top secret list of groceries. Then you were the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. And from Miss Puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said herself, on guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. I do like her just hiding in the bubble, though. Edgy-Boo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like an angel, like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Alright, Edge. I'll give you that one. That was well
He
done.
might actually be dead.
Well, there's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. It looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Pile on more pressure. You stole a whole $1,600 camera. I'll let up on her now. She'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness? You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? It's stole! Why didn't you listen more carefully, you annoying rat? I saved this piece of paper from a terribly lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. You're putting my credibility under scrutiny again. Yeah, for like the 9th time, and I've been proven right every time, you lying sack of ray gun. Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweet $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Sorry, now, why? Why, witness! What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's...
Look, even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. And people steal things. It's just human nature. I can't help it any more than you can help it. We've all stolen things. I know you all have. It's not just me. Clearly you've all stolen things.
Silly meals like you, if I fall in love and borrow things from people? I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Flying Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, I saw that and had to know what sort of picture she'd taken.
I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
She is just the worst witness. Hey, Leo, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Wow, we might have more evidence. Also, Old Bag, just go away. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to the case. Can we see all the photos so that you're not the sole person deciding what's relevant to the case? Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. She lied when she said she saw the racing jacket. She lied when she insisted it was on guard, presumably. It proves that one of the things she said was actually truthful, which is not the same as Lotta's photo added to the court record. But what does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Angard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, why did you let Old Bag say that thing? If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? Why would I agree to that? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Well, but if you fail the case, you also put her life in jeopardy. And if you don't object to this photo... yeah, right? Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. I mean, there must be. I'm just kind of looking at the picture. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Oh man, the pain objection is top tier. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, you should only need one chance, correct? Well... I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? I mean, he's leaving his own room. I feel like that's slightly... right? That's his room. No, it's not. This was taken from... what the hell was this even taken from? That's fine, don't worry. I've got like a million ideas. I'm sure it's obvious, don't worry about it. Sure it's wrong. I'm gonna go with my gut instinct. Sure it's wrong. Finishing so yep, it's wrong. Around here, think. Yep, cool. Cool. I don't want to brute force my options. I want to see the truth. That was just my first... And there's a bear staring at me, but besides that... Not the door. I don't think... Other than the bear staring straight dead at the camera, I don't think that's it. Gotta take another look at his picture next time. Unless I get it right this time. See. He had the mechanical arm, that's kind of hidden, but that's fine. He had the glove. Pointy shoulder. He had the Hakama. It immediately seems... You can't tell if that's supposed to be like blood on the fingers or if that's like shading. I think it's just shading. I think it would be more noticeable if it's supposed to be like a stain. Go with it anyway. This person here, of course. I mean, the Nickel Samurai? What's wrong with that? Oh, it's just the Nickel Samurai. It could have been it. At the time of the murder, Mr. Ongard was in his own room, which means this Nickel Samurai is a... You think that's all it takes? You should reconsider your choice of occupation. I think it's about time you retired. Looks like there was no problem with this photo after... Oh, okay. Problems with the brain of that lawyer, Your Honor. Wait, you're the one who let your last chance fly away from you, Mr. Wright. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not... Cool. We failed him twice now. I don't see anything. Is he missing the hair? No, I think he had the hair. Yeah, he's got the hair. And we obviously can't say no. But whatever is wrong with this photo, I'm clearly not seeing it. Do you know what? Screw it. It's the bear. It's not the bear. It's not the bear. It's there. Now we know. Now we know. Yeah, I'm sure it's not. I'm sure I'm just blind. Like, I believe that. I'm not saying you're wrong. It was strange. It's this big. I obviously don't see it at all. I don't see what's weird. Okay, I think I actually see it. do think I actually see it. We'll see, but I think I might actually see it. Maybe. You know I'm going to be wrong. They're too short. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would have been one thing. However, you can't. And? What does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Angard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Sorry, I didn't actually do Edgeworth's voice there. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. It's socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just a walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. She's still there, pinky out, ready to kill anyone with laser beams. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. It's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged his case at all. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? Why are you only asking Edgeworth? If the person in this photo is not Matt Angard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Great, I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Angard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who's the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Rolfay. It's a security lady. Adrian Andrews. You want to know who the Nickel Samurai is? It's none other than this woman. Why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Angard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Angard that night. How does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Angard's fingerprints all over it. A knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Correa. It's Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant with a crime. Order, order, order. Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Right, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. What do you mean? Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness. It means that the trial will go on for another day. Ah! You can reach today than mine. Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the case. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass the verdict today. Can't do that. Can I hear Miss Andrews? I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk. Unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all. Happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What? I'll say, Dylan, how's it going? You want some call with the streams? Heck yeah, hope you've been having a good time. Glad you got to catch some of it. We courtrooming, you know, normal courtroom antics, yes. What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance, but that man... Our crew, somehow I knew this was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle's far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we should take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. When does he get time to prepare a witness? Alright. No game overs. We made it through the first part of the trial. Flawless record. No game overs. Didn't even lose any HP whatsoever. We're just that good. I am a little sad that things have played out exactly as they were predicted. That I didn't actually have problems like at all with the big top case, but I can't do this one to save my life. And I'm like, I joked that was going to happen too, but also like, this is embarrassing. It's fine. Dude, can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. Not all of them, okay? There were some that I got right the first try. Enjoy the alert, Topaz. Thanks for coming by. Enjoy it. Hope you had a good weekend. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. She also could have easily planted that blood-covered button under her comma. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Dude. Dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She had her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? Sure, you'll see by the time this trial's over. You'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it was Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. That's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. Sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. Miss Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't lay your guard down yet. Alright, back to court we go. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Miss Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court, Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant of this case, Mr. Matt Onguard. Let's see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. He absolutely would. He'd forget what he was supposed to say, he'd look over at Edgeworth and be like, line! Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corridor. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. This was a private matter between Juan and myself. It was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that.
Phoenix is like, I am? I'm accusing him of that.
I'm accusing her of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
Fishing.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Naturally? You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I don't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that's when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Miss Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer. She has the brains to match. Yes, I know. To catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? No pressure. No pressure. What was Mr. Angard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Angard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say he could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you? Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Angard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Getting schooled by Edgeworth, man. And why did you do that? It's with a friendly gesture. Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. The show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Don't let up the offense. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon. What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. If we continue now, witness, what did you see when you got to his room? You were in shock? What? Is that not supposed to be? Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corridor. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. Can confirm. Pretty sure if I entered a room and there was a dead body there, I'd be in shock. Regardless, it could be somebody I've never seen before in my life, and I'd be in shock. That seems reasonable. So I'm sure she is cold and calculating and probably did something wrong. Like, you know, the point stands. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Ah, yes. The fact that she's young and beautiful definitely affects her shockedness value when seeing a dead body. I, as a unattractive middle-aged man, would clearly not be shocked because I'm not a young beauty. So, you know. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. Phoenix gets it. Let's be honest, though. The judge on his sides. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this, too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next? It was not open and empty. Coming back to that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is 35 middle-aged at this rate? Like, I don't even, like, I don't think that quite counts, but I feel old. So, and I stand by the quote. Be shocked, sure. Yeah, also blood, yeah. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But that's not what was in the... No, it is tomato juice, never mind. I don't know why I thought it was a different type of juice. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the wine glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. My mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? No, never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down to the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? You're talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? We have to add. She'll have to add that to the testimony. It's originally on top of the dresser. When I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, the people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. Sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Except for the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. That's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Anyway, be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in your testimony just now. Earlier, you're not cracked so easily. One of the makers to keep on the offense, not let up. Strong decisive evidence. I feel like there were 2 points where she was talking about this, but this is the one that was added, so it's logically here. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. This is correct? Maya's kidnapped. Maya's been kidnapped. The person who's holding her hostage has said that he will not harm her as long as we get a not guilty verdict today. So, that's the big deal. That's the reason that the trial can't go to tomorrow. It has to be today. So, yeah. Yes. Are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, excuse me, sorry, hiccups. That was true. The case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. What's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the case fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Yeah, just kidnap my effect, you know. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found in the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Seems that there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Wow, what a great... Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. Convenient escape for a weak man. Wow. Ezra took a year off and he came back just throwing hands at everyone. Saved hands for a year and starts throwing them all over the place. Alright. That's just how it goes, you know. During your testimony just now, do you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Yeah, just to hear the worst of them. Are you sure that you were the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. It's like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Mr. Corda's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case or pour yourself a glass of juice. As the witnesses said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. Is that because you were shocked and dazed discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. Not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence, I guess. I should try giving it a try. Oh, Phoenix can't afford to let up now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, good weapon to hit her with. I'm sure her weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Please don't hit her. And it's just the case again, right? Only bears Corda's fingerprints. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? If I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time. Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I had a metal gauntlet on one arm and a bright blue glove on the other. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Is something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Crap! No, I don't. I don't think. Oh, yeah, no, we absolutely do. Sorry, I'm an idiot. We absolutely do. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. Wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? You put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh, damn! Gotta have a backup pair of glasses. Just in case they spontaneously explode off your face like that. Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. It's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar! The Wright guitar was at the studio. You understand that containers can hold things that they weren't necessarily designed to hold, right? You understand that the space inside the case of a guitar, if there's no guitar in there, can be filled by other things. Phoenix, do you have spatial awareness? Do you comprehend?
It's magic.
It's fine. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white? Wait, that's not it either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. The witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Turn paper over so we see something written on the other side. No, that's too advanced for him. Don't confuse him. He's on a roll. Don't confuse him. Guitar case, Phoenix. Don't just focus up. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed and the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, right? I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything to do with this murder. I don't know, I wasn't... People asking for proof of things we can't possibly have proof for is such a common thing. Like, in an actual court, them being like, well, this an actual court never would have reached this point, so you know, whatever. Fine. It's fine. It's just, yeah, absolutely brute force. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second. The bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest... So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I don't intend to prove. Blade that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? I don't know. The entirety of the Nickel Samurai was inside the case. you could argue she was looking for the suicide note, but I don't know if A, it was there, we have no proof if it was or not, and B, this seems too early to present this. This seems like too much of a like hard right turn to be like, this thing we weren't even talking about before. Of course, yes. It's Cool Cat Press. Nah, you guys are all wrong. Inside the case was Pearl Fay. It checks out. No idea what the hell was inside the case. I was gonna say maybe it's a spare nickel samurai costume, but it wasn't. I mean, it could have been. Why would he have it? She was seen leaving the room in that outfit, but I guess she could have gone to the room in that outfit too. Nobody was stopping that. We don't know for sure how she went to that room. Press conference ticket, no. Not the camera, we know where the camera was. Inside the case at the time of the murder. I am pretty sure it's not it, but my gut just keeps saying this one, so I'm at least going to get it out of the way. I think it's way too early. This seems like the type of thing we'd have to lead up to present, but my gut is screaming this, and I'm just going to listen to my gut, because... That's something that beside a guitar. Yeah, okay, cool. Why, Mr. Wright? Why? Well... Just thought it might have been possible. Yeah, it's not a you lose if you're wrong.
Why? Why did you do that?
Now we can once again save. We have lost 1 HP, but whatever. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Never bring it back out again. Okay. He referred to himself as a foolish fool. He proved the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder. So we can rule those out. It wouldn't be the knife or the Jammin ninja button, because those were on him, or in him, depending. A lot of this photo wouldn't show anything that would be in there, I don't think. Crime photo. I think that shows what would be in there. It's not the wine glass. The diode map. Magazine clipping. Definitely not the camera. I mean, in theory, it shouldn't be that. Why would a press conference ticket be in there? You know what? Sent the freaking case again. Nope, it's not the case again. Yeah, I mean, but a person wouldn't fit in there. Except Mia Fey, or probably Fey, but... Like, this is one time where I feel like you can rule out all of the profiles. Just, I mean, guitars aren't that big. Like, we know Adrian Andrews is short, but like, fit into a guitar case is way different than short. Is it though? It definitely is, but also like... It would be really great if they were like, person, really Phoenix, really... I don't want to just start taking shots in the dark. Everyone I've presented so far I had at least some reasoning for. I guess except Adrian Andrews, that was more of a joke, but... Like, I haven't, like, everyone I've tried so far I've had some reasoning behind. Might have to start shotgunning, I don't know. Like, if I'm going based off of things I think it could be, I don't know. I don't want a shotgun. This shows something they'd have. She would have brought the knife with her. There's no reason she could have hidden it in there. It's like, these two are kind of out because you couldn't hide them in there to begin with. His autopsy doesn't matter. This only matters in relation to this, which wasn't it. I don't think anything there shows what would have been inside the case. Obviously the wine glass was not inside the case because it would have spilled or something. Guitar case wasn't it. Right? The hotel was not inside the guitar case. Them having a storied romance was not inside the guitar case. Lotta's camera was not inside the guitar case. I have to hope the radio transceiver wasn't inside the guitar case, because either that means that she's the killer, or somebody else was abducted. But that they put the transceiver inside the guitar case? It doesn't even make any sense. Like, no part of that makes sense. But none of the... Screw it. Nope. don't know. That was... Okay. This is a photograph. Yes, what is important is what's in that picture. In this picture. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. That's kind of what I... That's... The reason I proposed it was because of that thought, but like... I literally shot down my own theory. Yeah, I suppose. I guess the concept being... What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right? You're saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? The insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get the shot, correct? But, like... why not the shot of her going into the door, then? Why did neither she nor Oldbag see her going in? Like... alright, it's fine. Both Lotta Hart and Miss Oldbag were explicitly there to see Adrian Andrews in Juan's room. So neither of them saw a thing when she went in. At all. Even though they're both waiting outside that door, neither of them saw anyone enter. Okay. And in the end she managed to get the shot, correct? You mean this photo? It's fine. Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ongard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True. It is a little baffling. That's right, the court would like to hear your thoughts. And by hear your thoughts, it means prove it or you suck. Can you prove it? You have to know everything about this case at all times. Spare costume. Mr. Ongard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare costume. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that's what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? Does it mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose? But why? The victim, Mr. Korida, was the Jammin ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Nope. I haven't been sure of anything this whole night, actually. Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... What is this? The night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ongard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. See, every now and again I'm like, oh yeah, I remember a thing. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ongard. Yes, I guess that's what it would mean. If that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure. But Miss Andrews, I can see why you're a pros at what you do. Pardon me. Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It's going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ongard's is, Miss Andrews? It's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. They've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Ongard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Jeez. The moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. The thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. No. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. Finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. But somehow everything is swung in the opposite end of the scale again. This means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Again. For like the 9th time. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. He still didn't have a motive because he didn't even know about the stupid thing! He still doesn't have a motive. No! By his own admission, he didn't even know that the thing was happening. He didn't know until we talked to him after the fact. He had no idea it was even happening, so he still doesn't have a motive. If you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. We should have already known that, Phoenix. He didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. I continue now. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ongard. You knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes. I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ongard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, yeah, he stated he didn't, but we don't have, like, it's not like he signed a piece of paper. I swear, I did not know. Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Yeah, and I know that that wasn't his motive, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. But apparently, you know. Has Mr. Ongard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corridor with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ongard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ongard Wright. The witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan. It's none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. I still don't really believe it, but okay. Why do I keep doing this to myself? But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Angard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Angard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. He was too busy setting up the stage at the time. Keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. You can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. Glaring at you, smart guy. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakima. Isn't that correct? Or comma? I think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. An icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. How do you know that? The ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up. They were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. Heard that before, too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. Oh, I thought I had heard this whole time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where, what and where? What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Angard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corda planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Angard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. Please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'll pin you down this time. Yes, that's a sequel to 10-minute power hour. See, it definitely wasn't. I just need proof that it wasn't. It'd have to be this, right? Because his cause of death was strangled. So the button couldn't have been ripped off during the fight and be covered in blood at the same time. It cannot be both, and that proves it, right? This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. It's a strangulation. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Order, order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? Does that change? Let me ask you one simple question. Mr. Edgeworth, why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, what does this mean? Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on guard! Like... There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It's to pin the crime on Mr. Ongard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. You know what? That's right. Mr. Ongard was set up. With a real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? How the hell am I supposed to have all the answers? All I'm trying to prove is my client not guilty. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't lay your guard down yet. Not till the very end. The real killer. The person who planned to frame Mr. Ongard is... Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corte's goddamn it killer. What? Ah, second pair of glasses gone. Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, you have to stop making such grand gestures. Still got shards of her first glasses in my beard. It's never gonna come out. It's diamond dust. It's dangerous. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Well, how preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. You can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ongard, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. There they go again. Lady, you gotta get sturdier glasses. Are these the glasses equivalent to like the one a day, or like the 1 day disposable contact lenses? Just, you know, supposed to have one, you have like 100 spares, you know. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he'd already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found the body or the killer. Somebody who's prepared, Ochi. Somebody who is ready and who knows that their glasses sometimes just explode off their face. Those are the only people. However, if Mr. Ongard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence on his own Hakama. It's better every time. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ongard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. That person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No responsible person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ongard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got it this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, taking you back to yesterday in Mr. Angard's room. Andrews. Yes? Inquire about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. Oh, absolutely, Uchi. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. But good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. That's still one thing you haven't done. You haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, at this exact point in time, we have substantially proven that Matt Angard is not the killer. In the terms of the case we are presenting, is Matt Angard the killer? We, I feel, have definitively proven no. But, you know, that's not how Phoenix Wright works. I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. That everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Well, we got that too, honestly. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I'll abstain from answering. But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. Oh, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she's the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true! In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do. That is to declare a recess. Recess? I get to go on the jungle gym? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look forward further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. Don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please, wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. Did you just imply that we kill people when they're sent to jail from... Edgeworth, they go to jail, right? They don't... They're not set to... We don't just bring them out back to a guillotine, right? Edgeworth? Edgeworth? You don't know something I don't know, right? Right? You mean live as a free man? Why didn't you say live as a free man? Why didn't you say live outside of... no, I guess he's not outside of containment because he's still being detained, but... Fine. That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If we don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It's not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... True, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that's very true, but so what you're saying is you can narrow down what she's actually guilty of by just hot and cold what she can and can't testify about? Reach triangulating guilt? Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and why wasn't it 100% orange juice? Everybody knows that is the greatest way to juice. I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again. What happened when she first discovered the victim's body? What if we found out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness? I don't know what this about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. Court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. So, Ramen, you've clearly gone through this game before. If I press on, am I at a, like, it'll be like 10-15 minutes, or am I at like a, it's going to be like a half hour, 45 minutes before we hit like a chapter end? Is it worth pushing a little bit forward, or is it probably better to stop it here and continue next week? Because I don't know. But this is, while not a great stopping point, it's a passable stopping point. Since it's at the start of a... Because, like, I can do, like, 15 minutes or so. That's fine. I got no problem going a few minutes over. But if it's going to be, like, a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour, I can't. I do have work in the morning. So... I'm gonna save it here. Even if we're kind of close, I think this will work. Whatever's about to happen shouldn't play... Yeah, and let's be honest, that's probably me. But the stuff that's happening here doesn't seem to... Like, it'll involve previous stuff, but probably not, like, immediate... Like, I should be good to come back to this, I think. I'm sure future me will slap current me next week, but, you know, it's fine. I'm sure. I'm basically putting all the onus on future Viper, who will already be tired after an entire city day trip, but it's okay, don't worry about it. I'm certainly not going to worry about it. That's future Viper's problem. We made progress tonight, admittedly slowly. I am a dum-dum, and the logic of this game is not always... There were things I missed that were my own fault, for sure. The only thing I'm salty about is the getting stuck behind having to give Edgeworth back the file he already gave me. I think that's a little stupid. The rest of it were stuff that I just missed. Fine. Cool. Actually, do you know what? That bit where I was stuck where I had to show the glass wasn't super... That one was a little like, you gave me no hints whatsoever, and we're just like, it's the glass. It's okay. It's fine. Whatever. I played my fair share of point-and-click adventure games. I know video game logic. Well, it happens. It's fine. I love those games too, so like, it's okay. I gripe, but I'm honestly fine. We're still making progress. Yeah. Big heck of shout out to 7th position for the 73-month resubscription, and everyone in chat hanging out, having a good time. Tomorrow's Monday, we're doing Octopath Traveler 2. Tuesday, we're doing Rise of 3. Thursday, we're doing Yakuza 6. Friday, we're doing Path of Exile. We're going to be starting early for Path of Exile. I am either going to do Arc Totems or a self-casting Spark. I don't know which. I could put it to a vote, but I might just look at both builds and make a choice. If I can't decide, I'll put it to a vote. Both are electric, and it's really just a way that they apply the electric damage, so it's not drastically different. It's not like we're talking crazy different builds. Saturday I'm off because I'm going to be in New York City for the Pokemon Go Fest. Sunday we're back with this. That's the plan as of now. And yeah, Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper Survival Land, and we got ourselves a monster, a disco. I don't remember the context for that quote, but it's accurate and great, and gotta be objective. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper Survival Land. I'll see you all next time.